Hello, my name is Dallas, and I'm back with more Mina the Howler. And as I mentioned last time off stream, I did basically set up my speedrun playthrough for the under 4 hours achievement. So it will be, I did make a few backups of it in case it messes up, but assuming I've set it up properly, I should have like 30 minutes to beat the final boss one time. And assuming I don't lose all of my sparks, I get another feat, which then leaves the only final remaining feat is the below zero trophy, which I will be doing a fresh playthrough from a just base game. I will not be doing New Game Plus for that one. We are going to jump in and try to beat the final boss. So it says I might have a bone up I forgot about. And I guess the only thing to otherwise note is I did route this one differently. I did the Bone Beach boss last and ended up beating them in 2 tries. And I did like the train and the Astral Orrery, like out of order. And we got through this phase using the like statue cheat, just so I didn't lose all my sparks again at the very end of the playthrough. We're just going to jump right into final boss and hopefully win like once. Lucky hit there. And phase 2. I think that one working there. Was a little bit delayed on the heal. And we got him. So assuming I didn't like somehow mess up like the math of the timing, that should be 2 achievements done. We're just gonna, cause why not? And we got Speedrunner. I did have to do the playthrough 2 times to set that up. I could have done it with 1, but I only left myself with like less than 10 minutes to beat the final boss, and if I died once it would have felt real bad. Or if I didn't like get through it in under the 10 minutes. So I basically ended up replaying like the last quarter of the game to give myself a 30-minute window instead. And it worked out. So that is 2 out of the 3 remaining feats. The only one left is the below 0 achievement, which means I need to beat the game with less than 1% completion. Which we will be doing a brand new playthrough for, because I'm not going to do New Game Plus with less checkpoints and stronger enemies where I have to also have no items. So we'll just wrap this one up. I will be keeping this file if I'm not going to do all the New Game Pluses, but I mean, I guess if I ever decide to commit enough to get to the randomizer portion of the game, then maybe that'll be an option. But probably just gonna beat the platinum and be satisfied. And depending on how well I get through the below 0 playthrough, that could be done today. I'm just gonna quickly clear out these because I don't need them. This will be our below 0 playthrough. Basically what this one means is I can only get, at least the recommended method I found was, I can buy a green cloak from a shop, I can get the Protospark trinket in the first dungeon, and at the end of the game I have to sell all of my vials, my side weapon, ammo cases, and the ticket. I think we'll be doing the mace for my weapon. I'm probably not going to be able to get another weapon. So pretty much this is a playthrough where I have to beat the game using pretty much just levels and the base weapon and nothing else. And mace is probably by far the easiest one, just in terms of general gameplay, although hammer would probably, if I were better with hammer, then that would make it even easier. But we're just gonna go through and go for the below 0. Actually don't want to win this fight because I get a trinket if I win. Okay. So this is gonna be sort of similar to the speedrun, other than I have access to things that I can get, but I'm just kind of not allowed to. Also, I wasn't sure how much the enemies were going to scale up on the New Game Plus 3, and they did scale up a little bit more than I would like on New Game Plus 1. no treasure chests are allowed, other than like the one escort quest if I want to get like the Proto Spark, which is like the recommended trinket, which is obvious because having a second chance revival is very hard to pass up. Yeah, effectively this is basically a low-level speedrun where I'm just not allowed armor or trinkets. Or not low level, I guess. Because I should be getting levels. Because that is the only bonuses I get. I'm not in there, it's up here. It would be really nice if I could finish out the full playthrough today, but I have no idea how long this is going to take because this is effectively a challenge run. I kind of forgot that there was a key here that I need to get. I'll say one tip I did get is that it's better to level up most things to 3 before trying to go for higher levels, because that's when they scale better. I think this key is required to progress. And I guess if somebody wanted to like verify their percentage, they are able to do that with the newspaper before whatever final boss they pick. Because like you can sell all of your stuff to the pawn shop and then confirm what your percentage is at that point. Spot there accidentally. Want to avoid shinies because they could hypothetically be gems that I forgot about. And I'm probably gonna level up sidearms last, because there's kind of no reason to go those most of the time. And first mini boss done. It does feel a little bit weird after doing so many like New Game Plus things to have like nothing. So I did see that that's how you're supposed to like avoid taking credit for the ribbon cutting, is you're supposed to skip the scene, which is weird. Yeah, we got him. I imagine some of the later fights with bosses especially are going to get a bit rough unless I just outlevel them, which is kind of why I did a fresh save file. Mostly hoping that the like stats will scale a bit faster so it's not as rough. And also now we get all the checkpoints back, which should hopefully like make treks back and forth a little bit less painful. So if I can't go that way because I don't have the key, just put those away. And broadly speaking, I don't need a whole lot of level ups or bones, but it's nice to at least try to get a few levels early. It does feel bad that like one of the things that fails like the secret ending is that you can't break candles. Save up for defense and attack. Just try to get to the crypt as quickly as I can, so we can get our first trinket, and only trinket. I think there's like enough space where I could get like maybe one extra one, but also I have to sell most of my health buffs before the final boss. And first death, but it's fine. Because we don't need to worry about maintaining bones anymore also, because I did get Bone Keeper from that last run. Gonna grab a quick 100 there. As long as I'm not grabbing gems, then should be fine. But I would like to get as many early levels as I can, just to hopefully get through these areas quicker. I got a little bit too greedy and should have healed. I thought I was gonna get them with like one more hit. That's fine. I would kind of like to be at like level 3 attack and defense before getting to the boss. I should have maybe gone for the corner there to heal, but I accidentally aggroed the bird, so I didn't think I was going to make it. And there's another level up. We'll go attack. I'm probably just going to be bouncing between attack and defense for most of the game and just ignoring side weapons. Now we're at the point where I can two-shot those. just committed to hitting forward. There's a decent heal. Not gonna deal with that. A little bit too hasty on this room, but it's fine. Make sure I don't get killed by just the giant floating head. Yeah, basically I'm gonna enter the final fight with like one piece of armor, one trinket, and no healing vials, and I have to get through it. Which is part of the reason why I am trying to, like, somewhat try to get levels early, because that's all I'm allowed for the entire game. Let's do a safety heal. It's kind of nice that I get to do this playthrough without having to worry about being lopsided in stats, so I can just do attack and defense. There's that one done. Grab what bones I can't hear. And more progress. Was a little bit too close. I also don't think I'm allowed to upgrade the weapon, but I might try it before the final fight and just see what my percentage is at. Because I can always like pawn stuff early just to see what my final percentage will be like once I have upgrades. I meant to do that in a different order, but messed up. I didn't realize that was gonna just take me out though. I do have to remember like the path I can take without like all of my air dashes or extra movement. It's those. I did kind of forget that this was going to be a bio check. We do need to do this escort quest because this is like the one trinket I'll be using. Kind of forgot that was going to deal damage to them. I thought they were fine with spikes. As I need to get through what's left with no heals. And we made it. I have like 1,300. Bones saved up. I don't remember how much the health cloak costs. I think I might need one spark upgrade to actually reach it. Because it might be behind a 2-door. Which means that I can either buy the upgrade or I just do one of the side quests. the one I wanted, but here we are. Also, I don't think those count for percentages, but I don't know. And first phase done. No damage, which is nice. And we got him. We don't grab the health buff because it might be too much. There's our one trinket. Now I just need to buy a cloak and beat the game. Technically I could skip the cloak and try to go for something else, but I don't know what else I would go for. It wouldn't push me over the limit. Just take another level up. Yeah, probably before I do whatever the last boss is, or even before that, I might just grab the weapon upgrade to see if it pushes me over the negative 1%. Because ideally my completed percentage shouldn't change through most of the game, assuming I don't grab anything accidentally. There was probably more bones I could have got there, but it's fine. Most 2,000 banked. And first dungeon done. I feel like if I were to grab another trinket instead of the armor, it would probably change faster. But the problem with that is I would also need another trinket bag, which would count as a percentage. We're obviously skipping any optional bosses that show up. There's no reason for me to fight them. And it just slows things down, so no maxi. Just to make sure that this does show me the percentage. It does not. And I do need 2 sparks in order to get into the cloak store if I want to buy that one. I guess as a spark and a cloak more worthwhile than like getting something like Chink Pastor with a trinket bag. I think the difference is like I can sell the spark at the end, but I can't sell the trinket bag and the other thing. And I need to go south to get to the next thing. Nice that stream lamps take more than 1 hit, or that would also have been another like thing that would have failed me out of the secret ending. But also we're not going for secret ending because I think I've already failed it. Because I broke a candle. That's the reason we got the spark. Skipping sidearms because I'm barely using them and I don't see myself using them much more. I do want to try to open up what shortcuts I can, just in case I end up being knocked out. Don't want to go in that way. Go ahead and take that heal. And I am out of vials. take out the shortcut, and I might be close enough to potentially get the path unlocked if I avoid the enemy going up. And we should be good. That'll get me the path to town open. I should probably heal here. Let me check how much the spark costs in the shop over here, because that might be needed to get the cloak. I'm pretty sure it is. Uh, 1500, which I can just barely get. And I forget how much the cloak is, but that is the other thing I would want to buy. 3,000 for extra health. Because pretty much the idea is that it'll like let me tank at least 1 or 2 hits from the final boss, and then I get a revive to tank another one. Because I won't have any heals. We're gonna go to Bayou first, because I feel like without the free movement trinket that will be a little bit slower, but also September is a rough one for a second. And we are gonna do the Bone Beach last. Because I still think the Bone Beach boss is probably the worst one. And even though this weapon is decent for it, I also would just rather fight them when I have max stats. Keep like getting like perfectly out of sync full of snake. I was also just kind of curious how many bones I get for like these enemies. I don't remember if I ever checked. Yeah, a bit bad luck there, but it's fine. Other than I didn't mean to immediately run back into the water. Didn't realize that was an AoE at first. And we got to the checkpoint. And probably I forgot to grab the mirror back in the crypt, which is unfortunate. I still will get enough to get to the dungeon, but just barely. Actually, will I if I skip the boss here? I get one in ice, I get one in... I won't get the one in Bone Beach if I do that last, unless I start going there. And then I get one in September. I think I might need to go back to the crypt to get the mirror. I just need any combination of 3. Unless I do, I'll just do like part of Bone Beach and just hit it on the way. Almost at a point where I get another level up. Either I fight the optional boss here, or I just get it at Bone Beach like halfway and just bounce through 2 areas. And I think I would rather just do part of Bone Beach and skip the optional boss. Granted, the optional boss is pretty easy. But the other one is actually just on the way. Good thing I still have the spark. So I have a surprising amount of flasks left. And refill spark. Barely have enough for level up, which would be defense. I'm gonna save those for attack. so it only travels in the poison, which I thought was the case. And I didn't think that was going to hit me. Or I thought it was going to get the heal off in time at least. There's another full heal. I should have just gone for the gear. But it's fine. Most ideal heal, but I wanted to do something, so I did mess up there. We'll just go for the gear first before I deal with Frog or worry about them. Here we are. Bad con went for that one. I was too late on that one. I need to go side and back. Or I can go right and around. And I made it to the next checkpoint. Feels like good progress overall, maybe like a little bit slower than before, but I kind of expected that. was a really rough knockback. We're just gonna reset the room. Also, one trick I didn't realize for the speedrun is you can basically just quit out of the game and it would just checkpoint the room from when you entered it as if nothing happened. So there is kind of a way to cheese the speedrun. You can basically force quit out of the room on bosses and it'll checkpoint you in the room with the boss. Tried to jump back and go for a burrow the other way, but didn't make it. This is the one where I could be skipping most of the enemies and still probably be fine with levels, but I'd also rather just make the bosses here. Forgot where the guys spawn here. Little bit mistimed on one. I kind of forgot what the timing on this one is. Looks like it's when it reaches the far portion of the waters when it resurfaces. There's enemies that spawn here. Don't have any flasks, so I can't really here. I kind of forgot that that was gonna curve up, and I would not account for that. I think I'm gonna try to skip more of the enemies here because it seems like a little bit more of a gauntlet to get through. Like the frogs back to back are a little bit annoying, so we're just gonna not deal with them. I would have probably rather healed up somewhere else, but I kind of didn't. want to take this. The main thing I need next is definitely probably attack upgrade because it's starting to get a little bit balanced out. And I need to be like two-shotting most enemies ideally. If not two-shotting, then at least dealing enough damage that like they're not a problem. Kind of hoping that that wasn't deep water, but I kind of took a gamble and backed into it. We'll just pocket those. I did kind of forget that leveling up does give me a full heal. Also like a full ammo refill. I should have burrowed, but I thought I was gonna be fine. Let's go ahead and do that. Unfortunate time for them to bump into me. If I could have taken a heal there, but I didn't. We're gonna grab the shortcut and not deal with that. I kind of thought that they were gonna throw it a little bit earlier. Get rid of them. It might be easier to just go back around this way. We made it to the next checkpoint, as long as I don't die here. So I need 4,200 to get either attack or defense, which I have definitely enough for. We're probably gonna just go mostly attack, but I'll just keep bouncing between the two as I get them. To hold button. I mean, I have gotten through this next boss hit list, but that does feel bad. Thought I was gonna be able to get away there. And that was just a weird spot to be in. We're just gonna try to skip the enemies here, because Barrel does not one-shot the frogs. It's up. I didn't realize I could hit the fog move it. So now he added a wave that I don't remember. And last deal. Yeah, we got it. 2 bosses down. And obviously we skip the rows because I don't want to get any other items. Technically, don't need a checkpoint here, but we'll just take it. I couldn't quite get in the volt tank time. And I might just try to skip that one volt section, just because it's a little bit iffy to hit. It was a better one. And a decent amount of bones there, enough to get me just the cloak by itself. But that's 2 dungeons done. And out we go. The question is, do I want to grab the cloak now? I can make my way back to town for it. Or do I just want to move on to the next area? I feel like I should go back to the town to get the cloak because the next area is B. Because it is a lot of hazards to deal with. And I have to go kind of close to the town anyway, so I might as well. This feels nice that I can just one-shot those enemies now. Now let's go grab my 35% health buff. I guess the other question would be, would I prefer a health buff or would I prefer a weapon upgrade? Because I think the final percentage that I saw for this example what I'm doing was -4%, and I just needed it to be below 1%. And I can always like copy the save file from before the final boss to try to make sure I get it. So over to the area. Obviously, avoiding treasure chests, because if it's a gem, then that counts against me. That was a lot of hits to get through them. We'll have the spark, so that's fine. But I maybe shouldn't have made it this hard to getting through this group. Bad jump there, but it's fine. Gonna not hit myself with the fire. Doesn't seem like I can deal enough damage to them to knock them out before they blast. Just to try to get through this part, even though I did technically checkpoint. up that one a bit. Don't think the enemies I need to worry about are showing up yet. There's the shortcut because we got a boss coming up. I think this boss is one I have to do. So the spark, so it's fine. Here we go. That should be enough for another level up, probably. But I do need to put funds into this. Because I'm going to want to get that done relatively early. Go ahead and take that heal. I'm gonna try to just get through this a little bit quicker. Try to like speed things up. It is nice also that I have checkpoints here that I can actually use, so I don't have to get through the whole chase sequence perfect. I'm still gonna skip saving the kids. I can worry about every optional bone. I kinda need the wind modifiers on because I don't have the air dash. Get a quick safety heal. Got my backup route if we end up getting knocked out. Gonna leave that screen. Maybe one more safety heal. I think that is my spark activating. I need to get rid of this one enemy before I go back into that gauntlet. You wanna head back this way because there is a checkpoint. Unfortunately, I do need to get to the end of this path to get it. Let's do that for safety. Not getting the chest, so we'll just do this. I think I spent most of my backup bones, so we just gotta go. Unlucky grab there. And we got out. Looks like I have enough for a level, which would be a defense buff. I'll wait for this because I think there's an enemy here that spawns. For the next cycle, then we'll jump down. Really didn't like where they were sitting. We made it to the next area. I forget if there's a nearby checkpoint or if I need to go through the mirror. I think I just need to go through the mirror. I do not have a lot of health to get there. You have the spark at least, which I kind of forgot about. I just needed to get past that one enemy and I would have been safe. I should maybe try to cheese them down with fire, but that was a bit iffy. We're just gonna make a mad dash. I did enough damage with the fire before that I got to do that, so let's activate the mirror. don't know if it's worthwhile to go for the checkpoint here. Might as well just head back. I mean, I guess how much do I want to skip that one lighting section every time? Gonna quickly get a heal there. We'll take the defense up. And we made it to the next checkpoint. Kind of forgot that they died there. Not doing the sidearms. And there's main path open. Wait for that lighting. And we'll just go. Get a checkpoint. A little bit of a lucky lightning there. I went too far to the right and got caught below the log. I was hoping I was going to get close enough to get to the lightning rod before I got hit. Gotta wait for the wind so I don't fall on the pit. I was hoping I could get below the log for safety, but wasn't quite quick enough. We'll do a safety heal. Or it could open if I end up needing it, which I shouldn't, because there's a checkpoint here. Here we go. Last section before the boss. Yeah, we made it. Yeah, we got him. Nice one and done. Probably didn't need to heal there, but it's fine. I might as well do that because we're gonna pocket all the other gems anyway. And third generator. I didn't realize that there were wind mechanics. And we made it. There's about 1,000 there, but it's fine. Looks like I have enough to get the train right now if I wanted. Or another level. Things here. Skipping that one. A little bit too greedy there. And that should put us back in the town. The question is, do I want to immediately jump into the ice area? Or do I want to try to go for, like, starting out the sand area? I think we'll grab the ticket at least. I'm going to go to the main city first. See if I can get my checkpoint safely. It doesn't look like there's a way for me to check what my current percentage is. Either I jump right into a boss fight, or I go to another area. I think we'll at least try the boss fight. Not the best start I could add. Tried to see if I could get enough for a heal, but not really. Feels bad when I'm like just slightly off with every hit. Maybe I at least get started on the other path first and then we come back to boss. Got the shortcut open. Four hits to get through them. I didn't realize that we're gonna do a backswing. Don't have... Actually, did I have enough? I thought I used like one too many. Yeah, bad luck there. I couldn't remember if there was like a pit there that I could knock him into. Gonna skip all that to try to get the spark back. Didn't realize how high that hitbox was. I feel like one fall might kill me here, so I'm gonna do that. And we made it to the checkpoint. Also gives me a shortcut back. Don't have enough to get a level, so I think we'll at least try out part of this area. But I'm not going to commit to going all the way to the boss. Remembered which way I need to go here. I think as long as I enter this area, I get the train activated. I don't need to actually go talk to the conductor. There's one more I can do. This one. I didn't realize they do a flame hit when they get ready to jump. I don't really want to deal with frogs, we're just gonna do that. I don't remember if I still have the spark. Go ahead and do it to there. Go grab the gem. I forget if that's all the switches I needed. I think I'm gonna go back to the checkpoint. That was too much damage for one enemy. I need 3 flasks to even get to the mini-boss. Still don't have enough to get a level up. Time for mini boss. Have the spark at least, but it's getting a little bit iffy. Maybe committed a little bit too much to that one. We need about 1,000 bones if I want to lock in a level up. I don't think that's happening. Because my options are either fight the mini-boss or fight the other mini-boss. I don't think either of them puts me in a particularly good spot for getting a... I don't really want to grind random enemies. I don't think I can, like, force a bone up to happen, so I have to either, like, do it when I hit the milestone, or get enough now. How to prevent the heal other than just the emergency. I'd have to pick them up and throw them. Couldn't quite get away. Feels bad that I lost that, but it's fine. That's like one level I was close to. Like maybe I could have like just found a bunch of like random buried bones in this area and gotten close to 1,000, but I feel like that's too much of a gamble. I think we're just gonna go back to checkpoint. I think this is a boss that I can definitely do nearly hitless, but it's also easy to mess up. And it does seem like the way I deal with preventing him from getting heals is that I do have to pick up the minion before he reaches it and then just throw it at him, or somewhere. I missed my partner jump there. I was getting a little bit thrown off when there's like just too many things chaining together there. So it is good to know that throwing the enemies at him does deal damage, but I don't think it's a lot. It would be nice if they let me keep one flask, but I have to commit and lose all of them. Such a big heal that I would have had to cross a hazard to get to it. There we go. Skipping the low level one there. And we made it to the next area. I think I get bones, but I have actually 0 flasks. And probably at the part of the challenge run where it does just get progressively more difficult. So the goal here is I need to get to the mirror. Then the mirror will set me up so that I can go to the ice area and get the final one to progress every other area. I'm being called, so I will need to be right back for like 3 minutes. I will be back in a few. And we're back. That was a weird way that worked out. I don't think the mirror is like too far into the level, but it might be like I have to dip into the dungeon. I kind of forget if I get to the mirror before or after I get to the dungeon. Also, rough placement for that bird. I gotta worry about all the random bones. I might go for that knockout just for the heal. Was a weird way that worked out. Kinda hoping my jump there was gonna be better. I still don't think there's a whole lot of shortcuts going into these areas. Kinda just I have to do everything in one run. I kinda forgot that was gonna knock me back. I wonder if there's like a way that I could like organize a jump off of the bouncy platforms to get over that one gate, but I'm guessing no. Okay, I'm gonna go for the heal attempt again. Here we go. I still have my spark. Just now deal with them. I should have picked a better time for that. And there's at least a decent heal. And we'll just lock in the checkpoint. I feel like I'm gonna be just a little bit too short of the level up again. Apparently that did a ton of damage to them. Not quite last heal, but getting close. Got a slightly bad spot. I don't want to deal with them. And we'll start the dungeon because I haven't seen the mirror yet. And another checkpoint. I do have enough to lock in a level now. I think I'll wait and try to get it naturally so I can save some bones. Unfortunate fall on my part there. I should have just taken the heal, but I want to see if I could get some more back. I didn't think that was gonna squish me. And bad luck there. This time, not super far back. We'll just take the full heal this time. I don't know why it drifted to the diagonal there. So I'll just grab the 3 bones here. Good bounce there. And there's the mirror. I think most of the things here are fine, but I also can always just avoid them if I grab them by accident. I should have just grabbed bones and gone from here. There's an attack boost. Do you think this is a situation where I want to try to go back to the main city? Where does that put me? Also, if I knock out that one enemy, I do get like, I think it's like 1,600 bones. Unless that was just for the New Game Plus version. So it's a tough enemy, but if I knock them out, I get heavily rewarded for it. Like with most of a level, or like a big portion of it. Unfortunate setup. Also, that was way more damage than I was expecting. And we made it out. I should probably open up the shortcut before going for the mirror. they kind of forget that there was just a checkpoint right here. Because I think there wasn't when I did New Game Plus. Can we just go back in here? That was a rough, like, 1-2 hit there. I think I'm just gonna take them all again on this one. I definitely want to win this fight so I can get my spark back, and also for the bones. Okay, so New Game Plus did ramp up how much those give. But let's go for the ice area. We'll try the mini boss again. Take whatever heals I can get. For better or worse, this is one of the bosses that I haven't really learned because I just used cheese. Because I wanted the 1 HP win. And then unlucky knockback there. Like, I'd almost say this is probably one of the harder bosses. Especially with this weapon where I have, like, much more limited range than I, say, would with a gun. to deal with them flying every so often. And the random knockbacks that take me off the edge. Wasn't quick enough on the burrow. Question is, do I want to take a gamble and try to get a weapon upgrade to see if it will ruin the percent? Because the problem is, if I do, that also means I would have to go back to whatever save point I had. Maybe we do a small pivot to Queensberry to just try to get the other mirror there and then maybe make some more progress in the last area. This feels like a boss that I need better stats for. Kinda forgot they were here because I almost never have to come back this way after I've exited. A little bit closer than I like. Because is it quicker good to go backwards from the boss to get to the mirror, or is it quicker to go in the front? I think it's a little bit quicker to go this way. Assuming I remember the path to the shortcut. I might just risk it and go for the weapon upgrade. And I'll just make a backup save before I do that. Unless like going for this randomly gets me enough for just a straight up level. I did forget that there was like a bone enemy here for some quick currency. think it's back, maybe? Although at this point it's no longer like worthwhile to take the shortcut. Because that would just take me to the boss, which is not what I need. I specifically need to get to the vendor that's like halfway through. I should remember if it's like the back half or the front half of the dungeon. And might just randomly end up getting enough for just a regular level up. I think I had something like 1,000 bones saved up, unless I used them with the last one. I just forgot to go under this. So that's 3 switches, which gives me access to the final area. That was all of my health. Apparently I'm gonna need more defense for that enemy later on. There are more checkpoints here, so I can get a full heal. I don't like whiff a jump. Like that. So at this point, I think we just take the shortcut back to the main town, and then we try to commit to the mini-boss. Because I've already lost all my bones. I'll say it is nice that I don't have to worry about doing this in like under a certain time. It's just getting through with low items. Facing the wrong way at a very important time. This one might be do-over, but I'll still at least try to get through it. Bad balance there. Doesn't feel like there's much I can do when it bounces me halfway across the map. We are just committing to get past this boss. So the only other thing I could hypothetically do would be just leave and go farm up bones and hope that I get here with better stats. I did kind of try to see if I could face tank it to just get a full heal while they're doing melee. Jump, so I got him on top of the edge. Thought they were doing the spear dash, and I didn't realize that they swapped. This is like one of the few bosses that I'm worried about, which is kind of why at this point I feel like I want to just commit and get it done. Is the lock-in contact damage. That's rough. Like, this feels like one where I might just need more damage to get through. Or at least get through easily. I'm only getting them to like maybe half health if I get really lucky with the way things work out. I always like think there's like one less tornado than there is. I surfaced too early. That one I just ran out of burrow time at the wrong moment. Wasn't quick enough on the heal. If I was like a fraction of a second quicker, I would have healed up and probably been able to get away. That was not the direction I should have burrowed. I should have just, like, committed to going to one side of them. Didn't burrow it with tornadoes. That one, I psyched myself out. I think this is definitely doable, it's just I need a particularly good run, or I need to build up my heals if I mess up. This is a case where I wish I had gone in early. Actually a bit disappointed with that one landed. This is looking a bit better. But then I timed that wrong. boxes, please. Still have Spark, so it's fine, but I was hoping to get that last heal in. There we go. That was not a lot of bones for a mini-boss. But that's the final area fully open. So now it's just clearing out the actual areas themselves. I think I want to commit the area. At least, like, the early part of it. So I would like to get at least one level here for something. And there is like a relatively easy mini-boss, especially with this weapon. And now that there's actually proper checkpoints, this area shouldn't be too bad, hopefully. Is like a decent amount, but not a whole lot for those. I was kind of hoping I could break the glass below them before they moved. That's the shortcut back. So let me get a full heal and get my spark back. I think the difficulty for this one is just going to come down to how far into these final areas can I get without, like, losing all my bones to get enough levels to get through everything. Yeah, bad luck there. I think if I had just managed to, like, knock out the slime in time, I would have gotten a full heal in that time. That went better than I expected. There's another checkpoint. I didn't realize they speed up when hit. And bad luck there, but hopefully that shortcut stays. If not, then it's fine. I just might want to try to skim ahead to that. Almost enough for a level. In fact, I might have enough in savings to lock it in. I went a lot better than last time for some reason. Like, I don't have quite enough yet. Like, I'm like a few hundred away. I was hoping I could get the heal before the dog spotted me. Maybe a little bit too risky. is a mini boss coming up, but it is one of the easier ones. The only concern is I'm not doing a lot of damage. But I think this boss kind of doesn't matter, because it's more about just hitting them off of things. So I just realized I am out of flasks. This could be trouble. So I apparently did not have Spark like I thought. I forgot I lost it on the dog. I think the move here is to just try and skip everything and get to the mini boss. These enemies are a little bit iffy. So let's take a level. I do think defense is worthwhile here. I think my issue with this is I just don't have enough attack power to lock it in and get there quick. Which means that we are entering here with low health. If I had dealt enough damage, this is a boss that I feel like I can heal on. I don't think that's the way I want to go to get here. And bad luck. Also doesn't exactly help that one particular enemy type just follows me all the way across the screen, and they have a massive AoE, unless I get them into their melee stance. Maybe I do need to do the areas in order because I'm just taking too much damage from even just regular enemies. But I feel like at this point it shouldn't matter as much. should have maybe just committed to leaving, but they landed in a weird spot. I was hoping I could knock them to the side with one of the bounces and they would miss the fireball again. It sort of just feels like I don't have the attack power to this area. And maybe putting those points in defense was a mistake. It's just a rough AoE to deal with, because it takes up so much of the screen and I have to hop over it. With that, I need to reset the room. See, there's like maybe a way that I could circle around with a dog there to get through, but no. And they are like right in the way of the rope, so I have to get by them. That's fine. Like 4 or 5 hits to get rid of just a random enemy is not ideal. I could see through, and the answer was no. Accidentally faced the wrong way. I just kind of dislike this particular path because there's like not a whole lot I can do to avoid the enemies because of the way it's laid out. So I just kind of have to deal with them. There's that done. It did cost me 2 vials, which isn't ideal. I think if I can get to the boss with at least the spark, I should be fine. Like full health and a spark, and I should have it locked in. Full health, but close enough. Half health, but I missed a hit, so they got a good bounce. I didn't burrow long enough. I will say I think like the lead up here is harder than the boss themselves. Because I can kind of just get like a good order of operations hypothetically, and the boss is really easy. I'm hoping I was going to take out at least one of those two with the hits. I do think I need the spark to get through the boss though reliably. Even though there are times that I may be able to heal. It's still kind of a case of I need to, if I can keep a rhythm up on the boss, they just won't be able to hit me easily. I can almost just commit to taking swings on them and it'll like knock them out before they do anything. So that's full health going into this section that I can skip most of the enemy easily. And boss time. The ice blocks were kind of a problem there because I wasn't getting them knocked out of the way. I should have tried to be more mobile, but I felt like I was getting a good rhythm on hitting them. Like, I feel like out of the bosses left, I don't feel like the train conductor or the like one in Astral or Rary particularly tough. It's the one in the beach who is kind of a problem. Unless they're much easier on this like first playthrough. Unfortunately, I'm kind of locked in at this point because there's no reason I should try to backtrack just to get the checkpoint. Didn't let me burrow through the ice there. That random ice block came off at the worst angle. I'm starting to feel the effects of not having any trinkets. I land on the spikes. That was just kind of do over. I think they might also take more damage all in the melee stance, but I can't really tell. And go around there. Not full health, but not a bad amount. I couldn't burrow time because I messed up my order there. And unfortunately I got locked in the sight of their eye, so they kept doing fireballs. Like pretty much the whole idea of that fight is I need to bounce the boss and also not have them be facing me, and then just keep bouncing them. But then it kind of comes down to a bit of a damage race. Because eventually, either they're gonna see me and start doing fireballs, or I might whiff and lose the bounce. there's a full health entering boss. If I just turned slightly and hit them instead, I would have probably been fine there. I just got locked in that direction for some reason. And randomize block. Like, I just need one good run on this boss and I'll feel much more confident about getting through this area. I wish that there was a checkpoint before the mini-boss instead of, like, way past a big wave of enemies. Do a safety heal here. Not a bad amount there. Basically full health. One hit and then I win. And we have a spark, so I should be fine. Only like 1,000 bones for that. Well, I guess this room also kind of counts. Grabbing that. And another mirror activated that we don't really need. I think this is one where like these all drop really high bones, but I have to like bounce them off something once. Bit of a miss hit there. guess hitting it with an attack also counts. I don't remember if there's a checkpoint here, but I should probably just grab one in the mansion anyway, because it's right here. Worst case scenario, if I do feel like I'm underleveled for any part of it, I will just go grind bone somewhere. Till I get to like max out attack and defense. But that would be a absolute worst case scenario. And for now, we just try to commit to this one. I think if I can get past the conductor, everything else should just kind of fall into place. A little bit caught off guard by how they switch sizes. I was gonna be able to burrow onto there. Then maybe we just mulligan this one, but actually I will probably because I don't want to waste the spark. Checkpoint is right here. Like, do I want to fight like another one of those kind of wizard enemies, or do I just want to try to do this not too difficult platforming section? The answer might be the platforming. Like, if I could get them into their melee form faster, that's not too bad, but it's not worth the effort. I also apparently have enough bones for another level, which I think would be just like cashing them in. I think I just need to try to get onto the middle platform as quickly as I can. Because that one I do have to do a burrow jump to reach, but the other ones I do not. So let me just make sure, because I didn't actually check it at the end of the last one. Yeah, so we're down to 2 feet. This is the one we're going for now. Gonna go ahead and take that heal. I forgot to jump there. I thought I was just gonna like bounce off of it. Gonna bank those for later. That'll definitely give me, like, enough saved up for an attack if I can get even, like, a small amount of bones leading up to it. Point and a shortcut there. We made it to the train. I think that's fine, because the idea is I just need to get far enough that I get the shortcut open. Yeah, bad luck there. But at least we have a relatively close shortcut, so it's not too of a trip. And if nothing else, that does give me like a little bit of a heal when I get to that point if I need it. I didn't burrow in time. A little bit too close on that dagger. I didn't realize that was going to be a 2-space one. I should have just burrowed for safety anyway. I don't know if I can get through this one hitless. I'm just gonna do that for safety. Just one hit, too short of getting a knockout before we kind of tied. I forgot that for ice I can just kind of like swim. Actually, I don't think I ever like really tried it. Apparently there is like a burrow time there though. And dead. Figured that was gonna happen with the way that was lined up. I just need to get a little bit further in so that I can get the shortcut unlocked. I guess if nothing else, this is kind of counting as grinding. Most ideal way to start, but at least we have the spark and nearly full health going into this. The daggers are like just annoying enough that this area is a problem. A little bit too greedy there, but I think that they can hit me from like a distance away, which is why I wanted to just try to get them knocked out. Was not the most ideal way that could have gone. And we lost the spark there, so I need to get through this without dying again. And bad luck. I was hoping I could get through them without taking too much damage. And ideally getting a full heal. Also, I don't think I can get back to the checkpoint from here, which kinda sucks. Feels like I can leave through this. Never mind, I can. So we'll just reset it. That was not a good one. I'm gonna... just get the tag buff now. Like at this point, I feel like I need something to give me a little bit of an extra edge, and attack is probably it. But they do take more damage in their melee form. I got a little bit too greedy thinking I could maybe just out damage it there. I'm gonna grab that just because I think it refills everything. And I'm assuming that everything includes the trinket. That plays for 2 daggers to show up. And also that does confirm that does not refill my trinkets. A little bit better. That's a little bit worse. I think the grabbing the spark saved me in terms of heals, but then I just kind of messed up too much. I think my goal at this point would be, I do think defense isn't the worst one to get, but I almost need to focus all of my points into attack. Because I think the bosses are just taking too long and it's kind of making defense less worthwhile. I almost think I just backtrack and go for the checkpoint again, because that's too much health lost, and also the spark. Okay, while lopsided did make things rough before, I think I've now enough into defense that I'm a little bit more comfortable just going far into attack. Took a little bit more damage than I like, but at least I'm at full health. We just take the safety heal. Because now I can, like, one-shot them if I get the ice lined up. Didn't expect to get slingshotted on the other side. I'm getting a little bit too greedy on this knight, thinking like they're the easy one of this group. If I can skip this enemy, that would be the easiest way to get to what I need. Grabbing those bones was too greedy. I should have just not done that, because it slowed me down. Not the best start, but not a terrible one. At least I have a little bit of strategy up until like the night. The night I just kind of hope I don't mess up too much. And bad luck there. I was like one hit away from winning. For better or worse, this is turning into like a level equalizer. We're just gonna mulligan this one, but I'm gonna try to get this knockout in bones. I wish that they couldn't go through walls and do a massive AoE, but here we are. need them to activate their circle far away enough that I don't have to like dodge it as much. Then I have to like do enough damage while closing the gap to get them to come to me. Tried to go for a heal, but that was a bad arc on the dagger. And we made it. Both a checkpoint and also a shortcut back. I want to pivot for some reason. I have enough to get a defense buff. And I'm extremely close to an attack buff, so maybe we go for the attack buff. That might be enough. It would have given me 2 options, it was enough, so I'm a little bit short. That'll be an easy farm if I wanted to do that for like just 200 bones without doing anything. Just gonna commit to getting an attack buff, since I'm about to go into boss. Maybe this is a little bit too aggressive there. That should be enough that I can just buy it here. The nice part of the below zero run is also that, like, at the very end when I sell everything, I should get a bunch of extra bones that might push me to like a level up before the final boss. Let's go grab those sparks. That did seem like much quicker. really rather not take another here. So time for boss. And this is hypothetically one where I could just farm out 200 bones there for free as long as I want. It just feels like it would be a little bit slow. And this boss isn't too bad. Even though this boss is floating like Thorn was, I don't think they're as bad mechanically, because they come down to the ground much more often. Yeah, bad luck there. The wrench move is kind of the only one that's a problem. I forgot that there were death pits. The problem with this weapon compared to the one that I was fighting with ordinarily is the gun is faster to hit. So I have to be a little bit more aware of when I'm able to hit them, like when they're doing a dive. Didn't realize they could go that far. Been ready for the boomerang. Yeah, gun definitely made this much easier than it seems. Be like aware of when I'm able to hit them from what angle. Gun, I just like aimed at them and fired and it worked. And I ran into the boss going for a hit. I'm at the outer part of the fight where there's just like more hazards being introduced. And they got some random contact damage, so I died. I might just grind out stats now. At the very least, I would like one more attack, because then I'll be almost maxed. Or if I want to stop early, I could always like put them into gems and then I just try the boss again, and if I die, then I just get the rest of the attack. Was I really hoping that like getting the sidearm doesn't count against my collection? I don't think it would. I just figured since I accidentally activated it, I might as well take a decent one. Almost halfway to the level, which I can either put into gems or I can just keep going for attack. I think we'll just commit to attack. I just want to get through these areas quicker. There's only 3 bosses left, so hopefully between like the 3 bosses, if I get attack here, then I can just ramp up defense real quick on the other ones. Because Astral Arrari did so much damage to me from that one enemy, I might just go back to the beach first to try to get the boss there. Like, I feel the boss isn't too, like, the boss is definitely like the roughest of the main bosses. But I feel like on the first playthrough they weren't too bad, it was just I was going for achievements which made them way harder. While I'm doing this, I might just mute for a minute and try to get quick snacking. And about 2,000 more for more attack. So like 10 more trips back and forth. Yeah, okay. 3 more trips unless I decide to just like take the ones I have a shortage but I don't have a lot in there. Hopefully this attack buff will make a notable difference. Because obviously this is not the last area. Or at least ordinarily it wouldn't be. So hopefully this will put me like above where I would normally need to be attack-wise for any weapon. Messed up by the death pig going for a hit. And last phase. Just mostly just byline. And I messed up the platforming. I'm realizing that I now have to deal with like the 2 space gap here without air dash or any kind of like air movement. I was hoping they weren't going that way. And unlucky wrench at the end. Just surprised I got killed by the random debris one because I just kind of ran into it. And there. Like when the middle one is the only one that's out of sync. Then I have to deal with the depth perception on a moving platform. And bad luck on the jump there. At least got to final phase, which is ordinarily like the easier phase of this one. So it's just a matter of actually getting through it now. I want to hold off on that for a minute. And last phase. Yeah, we got him. So this area was a bit rougher than I was expecting. I didn't mean to grab that. I'll say I don't think that'll be a problem, but also it kinda sucks. That means there's almost no chance at this point that I'll be able to get the weapon upgrade to maybe help me. There is like a 3% wiggle room, but I have no idea how much value each item is. It was a little bit better of a run. Yeah, I have enough banked right now for a defense buff, but I'm probably gonna save it for attack. We'll just do Bone Beach next. It's actually probably faster to go back to Ossex instead of here, actually. Because I can just take the mirror. Like, I feel like I'm okay percentage-wise, but I don't think I would want to gamble on getting anything else. Or if I do gamble, it'll be just for the final boss, and I'll make a backup save just in case. Let's go ahead and take that heal. I guess I got most of these enemies down to like 2 or 3 hits. Have luck on the knockdown there. I kind of forgot what I was doing in this area, for like this specific spot. That's this section done. think I've almost got enough to get the next attack buff. Bad luck on the bone bounces there. There's a checkpoint. I don't know what happened to the bones. They just kind of got deleted. That's fine. I don't think I'm gonna get an attack buff before boss, so I might have to dip in savings. I think we made it to boss. I don't think I would get enough there. I think we just try boss and hope for the best. enough sparks, so we should be fine. As long as I don't just very much mess up here. And we got him. Nice, one and done, which I kinda didn't expect. Do not grab the rose, that would be a rough mistake to make again. This will definitely give me enough bones to max out attack, and then we just start working on defense. So, first stat maxed. At this point, all points are just pretty much getting me better survival, but I now can just hopefully get through bosses quicker, so I don't have to worry about survival as much. I just didn't let me into the bolt thing. There we go. About 5,500 banked. I think I need 6,000 for defense. So about 1,000 till we get another buff. Or I just save that up for the 9,000 one, which I probably will. Now we just need Astral Orrery and then the final area of the game. I'll just head back to like the main city to get that. We're getting real close to the end of what will hopefully be the final achievement. If for some reason I end up over 1, like the -1%, After doing all of this, I probably won't do it again. Like, I still think I'm in safe territory, but I just need to not get any more incorrect pickups. Because I have a wiggle room, at least from the example I saw of, like, I assume 3%. And I think the most an item can give me is, like, maybe 1%. Hopefully that, like, one extra flower will not, like, sink the whole thing. Or if it does, I can't do anything about it. Because the pawn shop has a finite amount of items I can sell. One-shotting these guys does give me most of the XP. They are like the easiest enemies, but still one-shotting them does make me hopeful that everything's gonna be just kind of fine. I meant to swing, but I kind of took an extra step. The red ones take 3. It's like slightly off angle when I'm doing the hits. And I picked a bad time to jump back over. I do take a large chunk of my health as they hit, and more than I expected. Go ahead and heal up. I got the annoying out of me out of the way, but then I wasn't ready for the dive. They realized they could come below the glass to hit me. I think maxing defense will definitely put me in a overall much better spot. be getting, like, two-shotted by those enemies. I might just see if I have enough for a defense buff now. Yeah, we do. I did kind of underestimate how far that dive is going to be. Take a full heal there. Not the one I want, so we'll just keep saving. And we're gonna do a safety heal. Bad luck there, but I think we're fine. Gotta get the cube, and then I think we're good in this section. That was a little bit too close. I'm pretty sure that those are just bones if I want to grab those. Also random healing items, but generally nothing too that I need to worry about. Gladly take an extra flask though. So that should get me through this area safely. And there's the switch. 3 more sections, then we're done with this one. I think we'll try the mini-boss. Getting that knocked out would give me a bunch more bones. Not the best start, but it's fine. And bad bounce of the laser, but I think I lose because I'm about to get taken out. And we got him. Not as many bones as I thought I was going to get. But that's 2 out of 4 areas done. I think red, which is like the bottom right, has probably the strongest enemy left. Where this one's more of just a platforming puzzle. Almost enough for like bank a bunch of bones. Let's go ahead and heal. Almost forgot that goes all the way up. Gotta get the switch to activate Emerald, and then we are good. Or the green one. I think we're good to go this way. I needed to burrow first there, but I kind of just took the jump. Still have spark, so that's fine. Now I can just do that. Meant to hold that a bit longer. And apparently I needed to hold that less. And we made it. A little bit dicey at the end, but we got through it. Just one more section that we get through like the final gauntlet for this area to boss. I don't feel like I have enough bones to lock in another defense buff, so I'm just gonna ignore that. And last major path for this. A little bit close there, but it's fine. I feel like this area is going to be mostly how quickly can I get to like a checkpoint or a shortcut to make it easier. We got the cube. Just do that. Got the shortcut locked in at least. And we're gonna go ahead and put them there. That's fine, because I have the spark as long as I can get the knockout before I get kicked out. And I did not. We got him that time. Feels kind of bad that I got hit like after both of the enemies are gone by the hazard. Do I open the shortcut and risk dying, or just go forward? There's a checkpoint here, so this is a good call. Good time for a full heal because this is one of the big sword enemies. Yeah, we got him. So that worked out pretty well. I just need to get through, like, the final little gauntlet challenge here. Then we get the boss here, and then it's on to the final dungeon. I might have enough bones to get the defense up. There we go. Just 2 more till I'm maxed in attack and defense. I'm not even bothering with sub-weapons because without, like, the base upgrades, I'll maybe get the sub-weapon once. Probably shouldn't have committed that much to that one enemy. That was a little bit too close, but we got there. Nice, easy 500 bones. I didn't have a good momentum on that one. And we made it through, but I think it's still a bit before I get to the checkpoint. It's like 1 room over. I did not remember how to, like, get through this normally. I don't think I have a spark, so I do kind of need to pop a heal. should have maybe grabbed that, but it's fine. Yeah, those only give 200 this time around. We're just gonna run up to the boss. I got a little bit too aggressive there, trying to see if I could get him, like, just last through base one. A little bit of a waste of a heal, but take it. I forgot I can only hit them from above when they go to that form. I went a bad way when I went to dodge. Went for a hit, but didn't pivot enough to get away. Like I say, I'm not as worried about this boss, but this boss could be a little bit iffy, just because they're late. I have a lot of health. I got a little bit too greedy again. I keep getting greedy on phase 1 because I feel like if I get through this phase 2 is the one that I need to be like more concerned about. I guess I can hit their legs, kind of. It's not like the most obvious where I can hit them there, I just know I can't hit them from the front. I don't like going in down the vial, but I'd rather do that than go down missing health. That's a bit better. I didn't think they were gonna just like kind of orb up and run into me. Couldn't get out of that little swarm with the health I had. Pretty much just second phase because I'm not at all worried about third phase unless I just really mess up. I just couldn't quite get the health where I wanted for a full heal. I think when I like got rid of the little enemy, it did like revert them. I don't know if that was like actually how that works or if that was just pure luck. Not the cleanest phase one, but we got there. really don't like that combination of things. Like, I think the only thing I can do in that situation is just run. I got contact damage because I couldn't burrow far enough. It doesn't even really feel worthwhile to heal, but I guess I should. And that was just a bad time to heal. It feels like this is the point where I'm really feeling my damage kind of fall off from not having, like, things amplifying it. Because this boss is taking a lot. Got a little bit too greedy trying to get through phase 1 because I saw their health was low. I'm assuming attacking the smaller enemies also does deal damage to the main boss, but I'm not sure. Do not face that way. They're just a little bit too beefy. Like, even with the max attack, I'm just not getting through their health. Keep getting greedy when I see them flashing, and it's like they have way more health than I think they do. And contact damage got me again. It's too bad I don't think there's a way that I can like level up just and fight for like a full heal. Because I feel like that would be like obviously just kind of broken. Yeah, not the best phase 1, but not terrible. I just really don't like the extra leg phase when you just chase me around while AoEs are happening. And last phase. I didn't have a spark left, and I thought I was going to deal more damage than I did. But at least we got through it. It seems like as long as I can like survive that like leg phase without taking too much damage, then I can kind of just lock him in. Next time got trapped below the glass, which wasn't ideal. To burrow, but I guess I didn't hold the button. Bad time to surface there. Or I should have like gone a different direction. I didn't realize how quickly they can go into the 2 enemy phase. Because apparently it's just, it seems like that whole second phase is more of like a time thing. Or like a scripted sequence where they just kind of do a very specific thing. A good phase 1, but I entered at low health, which wasn't ideal. I just wanted to see if I could get those hits in, but I wasn't able to. At least those don't really deal damage if they hit me, because it would be very hard to avoid if they did. I tried to burrow, but I was like in mid-attack animation. I messed up my jump rhythm. I think that one's just gonna be a do-over. I'll say it does feel nice that I'm basically like 6 hours in and only have 3 bosses left. I messed up my burrow order there because I wasn't ready for the charge. I'm definitely not gonna get another one, no big deal, so I'm just gonna do that. Yeah, we got him. Do not grab the rose. The skull isn't worth it if I have to risk invalidating this entire playthrough. So I think we just go. So just have the final dungeon. And we made it. I'm not quite at the point where I have to sell everything yet. But we are rapidly nearing that point. And later. I'm just kind of curious how many I messed up, even though I know it's like all the side quest ones. Because I feel like I avoided most of the candles. But I'm curious if like hitting any candle counts. I'm assuming it does. Only 16 candles I'll play through. Okay, that was only like 4 things. So if it wasn't a case where I was trying to keep low percentage and I needed that one trinket, I could have maybe like gotten pretty close to secret ending. I'm kind of at the point where I just kind of want to see if I can get through quickly. Like I can still hypothetically get defense up. But it's like, am I worried about defense that much for like 3 bosses? Go ahead and take that heal now. I did that in the incorrect order. Need to at least get up to the shortcut. This is going to be cutting it closer than I like. Good thing I still have the spark. Good light there. Gonna play this as safe as I can. And we got the shortcut. That's actually not too bad. I mean, I got the shortcut and I got the bones. Like, I feel like the two phases that are gonna be rough, or like the two like things that are left, or phase 1 of the final boss and then the mini boss. I feel like everything else is just kind of easy. Like, I'll just get through it when I get through it. I didn't realize that was gonna one-shot me. I always forget that one's there. That was almost a problem. I'm also not worrying about cats. Although they would technically be free bones. I didn't know where it wanted me to go from. I think I needed to jump to the mousetrap on the right. Okay, yeah, that is just a straight up one shot if I get hit by one of those. Which kinda sucks. It just kind of feels like a platforming section where one of you sometimes get one hit if you move slightly too slow for a section. Granted, this is without health buffs because I skipped all of them intentionally. And technically not max defense, but like pretty high defense. Well, at least I got a little bit further in. Now I guess I'll just grab the cat for the bones that I fell. Like, I needed to not get hit by the one enemy there. And also, like, move fast enough to jump over the thing that was gonna knock me back. Like that's just a particularly trolly bit where it's like if you miss your jump, if you go too slow you get one-shotted, if you miss your jump then you get launched back earlier. I mean, I guess it's nice that the trap also hits them. I don't know why it didn't let me leave there. And we made it through. Almost up to the mini boss. And a bit of bad luck there. I should have just tried to get rid of the paintings, but I kind of just tried to see if I could commit and just get through that. But then I got kind of stuck in the corner by all the paintings. Don't like how the wall blocks like the first hits. Well, we got rid of the paintings, but I did take a death there. I think there is a checkpoint by the mini-boss for this version of it. And there is. We're just gonna take a defense buff now, because there's not a whole lot of game left. little bit too close to the other head. I should have maybe gone for a heal at some point, but I just wasn't getting the, like, heal juice back that I wanted. That was a weird way for them to arc that. And they just ran up and did contact damage. I was kind of hoping I was gonna hit like maybe one of those back, but I guess not. And that was a bad way for them to lunge because I got trapped. I lost all my 0 bones. I think I got hit by like their paw animation when they were lowering it. I mean, at least the wind-up is kind of obvious for when they're about to do like the head lunges, so I just need to like burrow then. Was able enough. It feels like I can't quite get as much of a punishment as I want when I avoid their attack. It feels like the only one that I can really punish is when they lunge out their heads, but it's also the hardest one to dodge. That one they didn't do the charge back. They just kind of went for it. me with contact damage again. This boss is like one of the few like more kind of iffy ones that I expect to be left. Mostly because it's just I need to get used to the hit change from my gun. Well, I got 2 of them, and I was gonna try to go for a heal after that one, but I kinda got stuck. You decided to walk to the left, so I needed to like burrow to get away, but I think contact damage would have killed me either way. I just want to build up enough health before I do the heal, and it's just kind of not happening. I wasn't expecting them to suddenly go for the swipe. But we'll go again. I did the same thing again. I need to just like do one hit there and then dip because they will actually like just punch me. Maybe 2 if I'm quick. Got a little bit too greedy on that last swing. I was gonna try to dip and go for a heal, but they did lunge. It is kind of tempting, if I have enough bones saved up, to like just copy the save now. Let's see if I could do the weapon upgrade and be safe. I think I realized I need to be like jump hitting more. They just charged me in the corner and I couldn't do anything. I forgot if I had my spark still, and I did not. Also, I can break candles now because I'm past the point where it matters. I was just kind of curious how much of the game I can get through without it. I don't think the sub-weapon really did a whole lot damage-wise. I think the only nice thing it is it's more passive damage. The issue is if I see them lined up and I'm too close, then I'm just kind of at a loss. I jumped the wrong way because I didn't know which way they were going to lunge. I got to the last head again. But then they sped up and it was maybe the worst one they could have left. I haven't quite figured out how much damage I need to knock out each one. The iffy part about the hairballs is I have to jump to hit them. At least when they first, spit them out. And that was just a bad timing on that one. So close. If I can hold out my spark until I get down at least like 2 of their heads, then I think I can like lock and win. Other than when 2 of them lunge at me and then just deal like a ton of damage at once. It does seem like they try to lunge in a way that is in my path, so I can kind of like lure them to a spot. I messed up my burrow pathing and I got caught below them. I kind of dislike how, like, the sides that don't have a head just turn into, like, what if free random hazards. That's half their health with a spark. I love how their one head is like far off the screen from the hit. So I had to like jump in a weird way to even like make contact with the back one because it was just in the wall. Another half health before I use the spark. Yeah, we got him. It seems like I need to like balance the damage between all 4 of them. So just the final boss. Specifically both phases and like whatever's left of this area. Well, I tried. I think I still had a vial, which is why I was trying to see if I could get up a full like health bar there. Didn't get the heal off in time, apparently. And we made it to the next shortcut. Managed to get everybody back there. Just need to, I think, get like one screen over and then I'm safe. Did not get one screen over. I think it's now better if I go. I don't think this gives me a way back. I think I need to drop down to go outside, and I need to come back in the front to take the shortcut if I avoid all the other stuff I just did. I kind of forget I think I have to go back this way to get to the spot that I saw. You made it. I have a bad habit of getting locked in one direction and I just cannot turn well enough. I don't think I ever like tried to go out this way, but I guess it's just for loot. Also, I guess to lure them over. I tried to see if I could get to the platform in time, but the answer was no. I do think getting rid of the bird wasn't the worst move, but also I don't think it's necessarily needed to get through that section. I don't think like the bird is the biggest problem there. I went a bit better, but I still got hit more than I like. Okay, maybe the bird is a problem, but not in a way that I expected. That's annoying, so I do need to get rid of the bird because they will just stun lock me on the rope and there's nothing I can do because there's walls everywhere. Like, I basically just have to swing and hope I get lucky if I was trapped over there with a bird. Yeah, we got him. Like, technically, I figured I could do that, which would make it a lot safer. So I should have probably tried that earlier. But we made it. Gonna open up the shortcut for everything. Now for probably the worst section that's left. realized I was out of flasks. That's gonna be a problem. Do I even bother going through? I think we just backtrack. Like, I don't have a spark, and I have no health and no flasks. I'm not getting through the auto-scope or hitless. Gonna need 10,000 to get the final defense buff. Nice that they give a lot of bones, but I wish I didn't have to fight them every time. Like, I wish the door just stayed open when I beat them once. We're just gonna bank those. They're really just like their little like orbs that they leave out that home and me later. Here might actually be a good spot to like do a backup save. Because the thing that I'm considering at this point is, do I want to try for like one weapon upgrade? Or do I just want to commit with what I have? It's like, I think a weapon upgrade would actually like make this part easier. And also, obviously, the final boss. I figured I was gonna have to like make a stand there. Just need to get through this section safely one time, and then I'm at the end of the game. I think one more pass through and I could technically have max defense, which I would probably just immediately spend if I did. just try to use throwables to get the last one. The very, like, off-screen... Actually, I think it might have been the homing attack that got me there. It just feels real bad, this particular section. Just because it's largely focused on holding burrows for like specific amounts of time. Where if I mess up the timing, then I immediately fall off a cliff. If I die in this room, I will just leave and get more defense. Because there's no reason to like take a 3,000 bone loss when I could just spend them. I'd say the biggest downside if I were to make like a checkpoint here and go try to get the equipment upgrade would be if it turns out that's too much, then I would have to go back and do the whole like auto-scroller section again. So it's almost more worthwhile to just commit like this. That one I can kind of just like face tank down if I get the right angle. I should have just healed. We'll commit. I'm slightly regretting committing. Like, I feel like if it was either the room without the lions or, like, that last section of the auto-scroller was just different, then this would be not have as much trouble as I'm getting. Not a big fan of where my health is at the moment. And the ground hazard was what killed me. It's just that one corner. If it was all like rails that I could go under, then I would not have nearly as much of a problem with it, but it's that I have to round that corner while it's like before it moves slightly, and then hold the burrow, and if I like lose the burrow, then I get kicked off. And there's no good checkpoints up there. One hit is not too bad. To get through. Take the last flask because I don't want to deal with this guy with low health. I couldn't see their animation because they were too far back. Luckily, we still have a spark. That feels bad. Things with certain trinkets, that's the easiest section in the entire thing. But without trinkets, it's now much harder. Because I can basically only get hit like 3 times, assuming I get there at like full health. And we're just gonna reset this. I don't think there's much reason to go the other level up. Like, would sidearms help me with either the final boss or this section? And it's kind of not really. Almost a perfect attempt there. And good enough. It'll only save like one hit, but we're gonna take it. Didn't even save one hit because I think the enemy hit me. I just kind of panic and try to escape there. I timed it wrong, so I lose. So burrow does avoid them, but I need to like burrow basically the last second. I was a bit confused because I think I may have leaped up once too early from a burrow and I thought it hit me while I was burrowed. It is unfortunate that I don't get hurt by things like, say, lava. I tried to see if I could brute force him, but I couldn't do enough damage. Like, do I just send it and hope for the best? I'm leaning towards no. Nah, let's go for it. The thing is to just kind of see if I can find some way to get through like most of these other sections like safely. has decided I die. Because it checkpointed me in a spot where I was trapped with an enemy and like no easy way to escape as the walls will close again. I do think right path is a little bit easier than left. But I'm trying to get used to left because if I fall off, that's where the checkpoint puts me. Trying to play it safe and it's kind of getting me punished. That did full heal me, which is nice. It didn't let me go into the rail. That was a really quick swipe. Like, the whole thing of those guys is I need to just stand within the giant spinning ball. But ideally, like, out of their swipe range or ready to avoid their swipe. I'm pretty much just largely accepting I'm probably gonna have to use the flask in this one. We made it through with both a spark and decent health. I really wanted the spark back. I just really hate this auto-scroller section. Like, even the upgrade I was considering, which was like the mace upgrade, it would only help me get past like a couple of the enemies. But I managed to get past there without like too much issue. That was an unfortunate swing. That was just a whole lot of bad luck there. Just need like one particularly good run. And my hard cutoff is maybe like an hour. I was really hoping that one hit was gonna win. I mean, it's nice that I had the revive, but that was not the way that I wanted. That was running into a hazard there. that one felt unfair. Like, I was where I needed to be, but the screen was not. I hate how much damage that does. Because I have, like, max defense, so I shouldn't... I feel like I shouldn't be taking that much damage from a random enemy. Like, if I wasn't limited to only being able to sell 9 items, I would have absolutely, like, gotten more inventory. Like, I don't really mind the concept of this one, but it does feel like I have to actively skip things because the pawn shop just doesn't have enough space. Like, I wish I could get the health at the end of the boss fights, but I have no idea how close that would push me over. And I think we lose these ones. Because I do not have the health to survive. And there was no healing there. Like, those two, like, soldiers don't often give me trouble, but when they do, then it kind of just ruins that whole last section. If I get there with, like, a spark and decent health, I might just start quitting the title screen if it looks like I'm about to lose. Because it'll be quicker. I guess I'll take the heal. And the random slime got me. Couldn't get out of the burrow. Okay, we're getting to this guy with full health, so I just need to wait as long as I physically can. bit too early. Like, I have to gauge the distance for, like, how long the burrow is gonna be, or I have to, like, panic reposition myself if I time it wrong. Downside there isn't, like, a good tell if that's gonna be the one that kills me, because I can't really get a feel for how much damage it does, because sometimes it knocks me off the cliff. The slimes are usually not a problem, but the last few runs they've kind of been a menace. That takes 3 hits to knock them out. This might be a screen reset. I want to get past that section with my spark intact. Wait for the next one. It wasn't exactly how I wanted to use the spark, but that's not the worst way. Ideally, I would have wanted to get through that section and then use it somewhere up here to skip some of the hazards, if I got hit. Furthest I've gotten, but I don't really like that last section. I didn't jump at the right time to burrow. And I think as soon as I'm knocked out, I don't think I can pause it to go to title screen, but also I haven't really tried. start there. Didn't really like using that particular heal, but I had to do something because I'm in a spot. I didn't know if the slime was gonna like run back down. That was just a lot of missteps there while I was trying to burrow to avoid it. Still in a relatively fine spot, but I need to not get hit here now. Like, jumping over them is almost safer. See, I can't do the pause to title screen there. I have to, like, do it before I get hit. On the bright side, if I get there with partial health, I do get a heal. We're just gonna reset this room. I don't think there's any like modifiers I can use that benefit me. That was not the way I wanted to throw that. The fire move is the one I can punish, but I need to like be ready to go to their side. Not the best start, but a slime goes well, it should be fine. And it did. That was just my bad, I did it the right way. it's not like the worst spot to use it, but it's not a great one. And that was definitely a bad way to go there. I can't tell if, like, getting knocked to the pit is what's killing me, or if it's, like, actually just the slash is one-shotting me. I just don't like this hallway. And that's gonna be a room reset. Technically, I should have started doing this earlier. Gonna see what they're doing. I think I'm gonna reset this room. I really didn't want to use the spark container there. Really don't like when they spam the spark move. I think this is not an ideal amount of health to be going into this with. No time to try this section again. If I get hit like 2 or 3 times, I might just reset the room. Like 1 or 2 times is probably too much. Could I get through that room perfectly? Possibly, but I also don't think I want to bet on that. Gonna reset that when that slime was a problem. I'm just gonna say if I don't get this in like the next, say, 20 minutes, at least up to boss, then I'm probably just gonna do a recording of the finale. Because I don't think there's enough game left for me to stream at this point. Wasn't landing enough hits on them. There's no way on the screen to tell what my current percentage is, so I just kind of have to hope that I'm not over, and I have to go to the pawn shop to sell stuff anyway to get under. Got through with good health. I don't know what happened to the slime, but we take those. As long as I don't mess this one up, then I should get checkpointed, or get through this. This is looking much better. I have a spark, and I can need like one hit. I just need to survive like 2 hits. I am so mad. It like bounced me in a way that knocked me off the edge, which then ended up killing me. Because I burrowed like a frame too early and I got knocked into a platform that was a trap. And that's a room reset. Like, if I had just, like, half of a health bar more going into that section, I would have just won by taking the damage. But I messed up, like, a bunch of the jumps in the enemy, like, just before it. Not the best health, but at least we're in an okay spot. Because I revived there, if I missed the jump. They're like at exactly the wrong rhythm for me to burrow consistently. And I can't do enough damage to reliably knock them out at that point. Like, as long as I'm past that, like, one section that I was struggling with my spark intact, then I'm willing to just commit to keep going. Ideally, if I can get past that one guy with the big mace. Like, if I can get past the mace with a spark intact, then I have a very good chance of winning. Like, the health I have when I get there doesn't matter, like, the spark gives me enough that I can almost tank what's left. I'm gonna maybe try to not heal for a bit. This is maybe the best spot I've been in so far, because if I like just phase tank the knight and win, I do get a heal. Downside is that's the maximum amount of health I'm gonna get, so I get one full bar. And I have to avoid everything. I did the same thing as last time where I didn't realize that I was supposed to jump across there, and then I just kind of got stuck. So like as soon as that path is open, I need to go for it, because then I need to like try to evade things. I think evading and just trying to deal with the traps is probably better than trying to time the burrows. I'm in a weird spot. I mean, I'm close to where I normally am. But I needed to, like, heal up off the slime or I was gonna be in trouble. I need them to do that move so that I can punish it. This might be the one. I have full health and my spark. I can almost face tank as long as I don't just hit everyone. And we made it finally. That was bad. So now we actually not yet. I need to go fight the final boss, but I am going to just do this. So the question is, do I want to try to get the upgrade to see if I can get through the final boss, or do I just want to deal with what I have? I think I'll just deal with what I have. I didn't think he was going to track me that much. I thought that was the end of his blue hits. Didn't realize he had another one of those stored up. One red and then a bunch of blues. That was apparently a bad time to heal. I didn't expect him to immediately go into the beast mode and charge me. Thought I was gonna get out of the way that time. All blues and then 2 reds. So yeah, some reds and ends on blues. Ends on blues, but there's a red in the middle. And we got him. First phase done. Which means now we set up for the achievement. Which means I'm going to go to title screen and make like 3 copies of this. Because I think the second phase is easier. The question is, do I gamble on whether I have enough space for a weapon upgrade? Or do I just sell everything and then leave? I do need to remember how to get into the pawn shop. I think I'm leaning towards just dealing with what I have. So that's all I can sell. So let's hope that's enough to get me below 1%. Because if not, then I will be doing this off stream, if at all. It would feel extremely bad to like have everything I need but be messed up because I picked up like 1 rose by accident. And final boss time. hits and I was dead. Yeah, spark was because I sold all my sparks. I was wondering why I got that, and then I remembered. That was a longer build-up than I was expecting. Even though this is probably an easier phase 2, it is now rough because I have less things than I started with. I need to burrow when he like does the little shake animation. I picked the wrong time to let go of the X-Button by accident. Trying to burrow into that, but I couldn't get it. Just need to win this fight and then we are done for the day. This is, I think, maybe like the harder of the 2 phases, or like his like 3 phases, I should say. And we got to the next part. That was a really unlucky pattern for that to go. Why don't we just reset this room, because there's gonna be quicker than just like hoping I get through all of his phases. Yeah, bad luck there. I was really worried about those lasers that were gonna hit me. And I have no heals, so that's pretty much everything I've got. And dead. I think my hard cutoff time is going to be 10 minutes from now. And yeah, if I don't beat it in 10 minutes, I'm just going to do a recording of my successful attempt, and then I will upload that to the bot channel with this. Since it's going to be pretty short, I'll probably just do them the same day that they release. Yeah, I burned too early. And I burrowed too late. I gotta get through all 3 remaining phases with basically the health I have now, which is 1 hit. So maybe like 2 good attempts, and if I don't get through, then we have to call it. Or should I say I have to call it. I was just way late on that. We'll just try to commit back to effectively do this hitless anyway. Okay, actually, maybe 2 more attempts, I guess, depending on how long they are. Like 1 to 2. 1 really good attempt, or like 2 bad ones. I hate how I got contact damage from that. And I burrowed too early because I went for a hit and I thought I was gonna get delayed. And this is probably going to be my last attempt of the night. Also, there's no reason to level up something like sidearms because I sold all of my ammo pouches. Which I just realized, like, kind of starting this out. Lay down the burrow. And too early on that one. I'm not getting through phase 1 with the spark, which is the problem. miss the jump. Okay, maybe one more because that was a quick one. Where the red line was coming from. Well, at least I think I basically am entering second phase like almost afterwards. It's just when there's just a little bit too much stuff to deal with, I just kind of panic. But that's where I'm going to call it for tonight, unfortunately. As much as I would have liked to get it done today, I didn't expect the one auto-scroller section to be that rough. So with that, I think we are going to throw it right over to Cricketune, who's doing some Pokemon. So I will probably not be streaming any more Mina the Hollower. I will probably do a YouTube recording of me trying to get the last trophy. And if it goes well, then I will upload those back to back so that I don't do like a 10-minute video on a random day unless it actually takes me that long to do it. But other than that, I'll also probably give my final thoughts on the game. At that point, I do think that the achievement list is a little bit too iffy. It's just kind of a preview of it. But that's what I'm going to call for today. That being said, I'll probably be back Saturday with more Adventures of Elliot. And then I don't know if I'm gonna just try to binge through that as quick as I can, or if I'm gonna like bounce between that and something else. I think my ultimatum for Crimson Desert is if I don't get through at least the story before August, I might just drop it. So I might just try Crimson Desert to give it like one final solid go for like a month. But with that, thanks for hanging out. Go say hi to Crick, have a good one, and bye-bye.